The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the cluttered study. Outside, night had settled over the wizarding world like a velvet cloak, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out its lonely song. Newt Scamander sat in his favorite worn armchair, a thick journal balanced on his knee, his wand resting on the side table within easy reach. The warm glow of enchanted candles floated lazily around the room, their flames swaying in an invisible breeze that smelled faintly of parchment and dragonhide. Around him, the walls were lined with sketches, careful ink drawings of creatures, both common and rare. A mooncalf gazed shyly from one frame, its enormous eyes catching the firelight. A bowtruckle perched protectively on a branch in another. These were not merely decorations. They were memories, each one representing a moment of discovery, a breath of wonder, a connection forged between wizard and beast. Newt adjusted his reading glasses and opened the journal to a fresh page. The parchment was thick and cream-colored, the kind that absorbed ink beautifully without bleeding. He dipped his quill, phoenix feather, naturally, into a pot of midnight blue ink and began to write in his careful, slanting hand. For the young witches and wizards preparing for sleep tonight, he wrote, "Let me share with you the gentlest of magical creatures, the ones who taught me that wonder often comes in the quietest moments, when the world has hushed itself and the moon rises full and bright." He paused, remembering. Oh, how he remembered. It had been during his 5th year at Hogwarts when Newt first truly encountered mooncalves, though he'd read about them countless times in the Hufflepuff common room, curled up in one of the overstuffed chairs near the copper lamps. The common room had always been his sanctuary, low-ceilinged and cozy, with circular windows that looked out onto the garden and the grounds beyond. The house elves kept the fire perpetually warm, and the scent of fresh bread often drifted up from the kitchens below. But books, no matter how detailed, could never capture the reality of seeing a mooncalf for the first time. The opportunity had come unexpectedly. Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, long before his numerous injuries had accumulated to legendary status, had mentioned during a Care of Magical Creatures lesson that the next full moon would be particularly bright. He'd given Newt a knowing look, one eyebrow raised beneath his wild grey hair. "Some creatures," the professor had said slowly, his remaining hand gesturing vaguely toward the forbidden forest, "perform their most remarkable behaviors when they think no one is watching. A true magi-zoologist learns patience and occasionally bends a few school rules in the pursuit of knowledge." Newt had understood perfectly. So it was that he found himself, 3 nights later, slipping out of the Hufflepuff dormitory well past midnight. The common room was empty save for the portraits, whose occupants dozed peacefully in their frames. A house elf had left the fire burning low, and a blanket was folded neatly on the arm of his usual chair, a small kindness that made Newt smile. The house elves always seemed to know when students needed a bit of extra comfort. The castle corridors were transformed at night. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. The suits of armor stood silent sentinel, though one of them shifted slightly as Newt passed, the metallic scrape echoing softly in the darkness. A portrait of a medieval wizard snored gently, his painted chest rising and falling in peaceful rhythm. Newt moved carefully, his footsteps muffled by the worn stone floors. He'd become quite good at nighttime wanderings, not for mischief, but for creature observation. The castle's cats had learned to recognize him, and Peeves, thankfully, seemed to be tormenting a suit of armor on an entirely different floor. The entrance hall's grand doors required a bit of wand work to open silently, but Newt had practiced. They swung inward with barely a whisper, and then he was outside, breathing in the cool night air that smelled of grass and distant rain, and the mysterious wildness of the forbidden forest. The grounds of Hogwarts were magnificent under the full moon. The lake was a sheet of rippled silver, and the castle behind him rose like a magical mountain, its hundreds of windows glowing with enchanted warmth. But Newt's attention was drawn to the meadow that stretched between the greenhouses and the forest edge, a gentle slope of grass that Professor Sprout kept relatively clear for student recreation. Tonight, it would serve another purpose entirely. Newt found a comfortable spot beneath an old oak tree, its trunk wide enough to lean against. He'd brought a thick cloak. The nights could be cold, even in late spring, and settled in to wait. The grass was slightly damp with evening dew, and somewhere nearby, he could hear the gentle trickling of the stream that fed the lake. Patience was essential when observing magical creatures. His professors had taught him that. His own instincts reinforced it. So he waited, breathing slowly, letting his eyes adjust to the moonlight, becoming part of the landscape rather than an intrusion upon it. An hour passed, then another. Newt didn't mind. The night itself was beautiful. The vast sweep of stars overhead, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. He felt a profound sense of peace settling over him, the kind that only came in these quiet, solitary moments when the rest of the world was sleeping. And then, just when he'd begun to wonder if perhaps the mooncalves had chosen a different meadow tonight, he saw movement at the forest edge. They emerged slowly, cautiously, their enormous eyes reflecting the moonlight like polished opals. Mooncalves were ungainly creatures by daylight standards. Their legs seemed slightly too thin for their bodies, their hooves disproportionately large. But here, under the moon that gave them their name, they were transformed into something ethereal and beautiful. Their fur was the color of moonbeams made solid, a silvery gray that seemed to shimmer and shift with every movement. Each mooncalf was about the size of a large sheep, with a smooth, rounded body and those impossibly large eyes that gave them a perpetually startled, innocent expression. Newt held his breath as more of them appeared. 5, 6, 7. Eventually, he counted 12 mooncalves stepping delicately into the meadow. They moved with a strange, shuffling gait, their large feet pressing patterns into the dew-wet grass. For several minutes, they simply stood there, their heads raised toward the moon as if bathing in its light. Newt could see the gentle rise and fall of their breathing, the occasional twitch of a large ear. They seemed to be waiting for something, some signal that only they could perceive. Then, as if conducted by an invisible maestro, they began to dance. It was unlike anything Newt had ever witnessed. The mooncalves moved in intricate patterns across the meadow, their ungainly walk transformed into something graceful and purposeful. They traced circles within circles, spirals that expanded and contracted, lines that wove and crossed in geometric precision. Their large hooves barely seemed to touch the ground, and where they stepped, the grass glowed faintly with a phosphorescent light that lingered for several seconds before fading. The patterns they created were complex, almost mathematical in their precision. Newt wished desperately that he could sketch what he was seeing, but he didn't dare move, didn't dare break the spell of the moment. He simply watched, his heart full of wonder, as the mooncalves performed their mysterious lunar dance. There was sound, too, though so quiet that Newt almost missed it at first. A soft humming, wordless and harmonious, emanating from the mooncalves themselves. It was a sound that seemed to resonate in his chest, a frequency that felt ancient and sacred, as if he were hearing an echo of the very first magic that had ever existed in the world. The dance continued for what might have been minutes or hours. Newt lost all sense of time. The mooncalves moved with perfect synchronization, their silver forms weaving patterns of light and shadow across the meadow. Sometimes they moved in pairs, circling each other with their large eyes locked in what looked like gentle communication. Other times, they all moved as one, a single organism of moonlight and magic. Gradually, Newt began to understand what he was witnessing. This wasn't merely a dance. It was a ritual, a celebration, perhaps even a form of magic that predated wizard kind. The patterns the mooncalves traced in the grass, the songs they hummed, the way they oriented themselves toward the moon. These were acts of connection, of belonging, of finding one's place in the vast mystery of existence. It was, he realized, with a quiet sense of awe, exactly how he felt when he was in the Hufflepuff common room late at night, surrounded by his housemates, all of them working together on their essays or simply sharing stories by the fire. That sense of being part of something larger than oneself, of contributing to a pattern that made sense, even when individual moments did not. The mooncalves taught him something that night that would stay with him for the rest of his life, that the most profound magic often came not from power or ambition, but from gentleness, from community, from the simple act of existing in harmony with the world around you. As the moon began its descent toward the western horizon, the dance gradually slowed. The patterns became simpler, the movements more languid. The phosphorescent glow of the trampled grass began to fade, leaving behind only ordinary meadow once more. The humming grew softer, gentler, like a lullaby winding down to its conclusion. One by one, the mooncalves settled onto the grass. They folded their long legs beneath them and lowered their rounded bodies, their enormous eyes beginning to droop with exhaustion. The dance had taken all their energy, as it was meant to. They would sleep here, in the meadow, until the sun rose and drove them back to the safety of the forest shadows. Newt remained beneath his oak tree, not wanting to disturb them. He watched as the last mooncalf, the smallest of the group, possibly a youngling, turned in 3 complete circles before finally lying down, its head resting on the flank of a larger mooncalf beside it. The gesture was so trusting, so innocent, that Newt felt a tightness in his chest. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east, the stars fading one by one as dawn approached. The mooncalves' breathing had deepened into sleep, their silvery forms barely distinguishable from the mist that was beginning to rise from the dew-soaked grass. Carefully, moving with the utmost slowness, Newt stood. His legs were stiff from sitting for so long, and his cloak was damp from the night air. But he didn't care. He'd been privileged to witness something rare and beautiful, something that most wizards would never see in their entire lives. He made his way back to the castle as quietly as he'd left it. The sky was turning pink and gold, and the first few early rising students would soon be stirring. He needed to return to Hufflepuff House before he was missed. The common room welcomed him back with its familiar warmth. The fire had been stoked fresh by the house elves, and the scent of breakfast was beginning to drift up from the kitchens. Newt hung his damp cloak on a hook to dry and sank into his favorite chair, suddenly aware of how tired he was. But it was a good tiredness, the kind that came from experiencing something worthwhile. He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. He always carried one, and began to sketch from memory. The curve of a mooncalf's neck, the precise angle of their large hooves, the pattern their dance had traced in the grass, as much as he could remember of it. Around him, the Hufflepuff common room began to come alive with the sounds of morning. Footsteps on the stairs, yawns and greetings, the rustle of parchment and the clink of teacups. His housemates were waking, preparing for another day of classes and homework and all the ordinary magic of Hogwarts life. But Newt carried the extraordinary with him now, the memory of moonlight and silver fur, of ancient dances and gentle humming, of creatures who taught him that there was profound beauty in the quiet, patient observation of the natural world. Newt set down his quill and flexed his fingers, stiff from writing. The fire had burned lower in his study, and the enchanted candles had dimmed slightly, as if sensing that this chapter of his tale was coming to a close. He read over what he'd written, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, this would do nicely for the young witches and wizards preparing for sleep. Perhaps they would dream of moonlit meadows and dancing creatures. Perhaps they would understand, as he had learned all those years ago, that magic was not always loud and dramatic, but sometimes soft and subtle and infinitely gentle. Outside his window, the moon was rising, not quite full, but bright enough. Somewhere in the world, mooncalves were emerging from their daytime hiding places, preparing for their nightly rituals. The thought filled him with quiet contentment. He turned to a fresh page in his journal, ready to continue his bestiary tomorrow evening. But for now, like the mooncalves settling into sleep at dawn, it was time to rest. The fire crackled its agreement, and Newt Scamander closed his journal with a soft, satisfied sigh. The following evening, Newt settled once more into his armchair, a cup of chamomile tea steaming gently on the side table beside him. The fire had been fed fresh logs by unseen hands, perhaps a house elf who remembered his habits from his Hogwarts days, or simply the magic of a well-loved home, taking care of its occupant. Either way, the flames danced with renewed vigor, casting their warm glow across the study's familiar chaos of books and specimens and carefully labeled jars. Outside, rain pattered softly against the windows, a gentle percussion that spoke of autumn settling over the countryside. It was the perfect night for storytelling, for remembering, for sharing the quieter wonders of the magical world with those who might be listening. Newt opened his journal to where he'd left off, running his fingers over the dried ink of yesterday's entry about the mooncalves. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Yes, that had captured the essence of those gentle creatures quite well. But tonight, he would venture deeper into the forest, into the shadowed glades where smaller magics dwelt. He dipped his quill and began to write. Tonight, dear young friends, Let me tell you about the smallest guardians I have ever known, creatures no bigger than a human hand, yet possessing hearts as fierce and loyal as any dragons. Let me tell you about bowtruckles. The Forest of Dean had been Newt's first real introduction to bowtruckles in their natural habitat, though that came later, after Hogwarts. But his fascination with these tree-dwelling creatures had begun much earlier, during a herbology lesson in his 3rd year, when Professor Beery had brought several specimens to demonstrate the connection between magical plants and magical creatures. Now then, Professor Beery had said, his weathered hands carefully holding a small branch upon which 2 bowtruckles perched, their twig-like fingers gripping the bark with impressive strength. Who can tell me why a bowtruckle might be found in a wandwood tree? Newt's hand had shot up immediately, though he was normally shy about speaking in class. But creatures, he could talk about. Because they're guardians, Professor, he'd said, his voice quiet but certain. Bowtruckles protect their trees, especially wand-quality wood. They're fiercely loyal to their homes. Professor Beery had beamed at him, and one of the bowtruckles had turned its small head to regard Newt with bright, curious eyes. That moment of connection, brief as it was, had planted a seed of determination in Newt's heart. He needed to know more. He needed to understand these creatures, to earn their trust, to see them as they truly were in the wild, rather than as demonstration specimens in a greenhouse. The opportunity came during his 4th year, though not in any official capacity. Newt had been serving detention, an unfair punishment in his opinion, as he'd only been trying to help an injured hippogriff in the school grounds and had accidentally trampled several of Professor Beery's prize flutterby bushes in the process. His detention involved assisting Og, the Hogwarts gamekeeper at the time, with various tasks around the grounds and forest edge. Og was a gruff man, heavy-set and taciturn, but he had a soft spot for students who genuinely cared about magical creatures. He'd seen Newt's careful handling of the injured hippogriff and had decided, in his own unspoken way, that this particular detention might be educational rather than merely punitive. Need to check the wand trees today, Og had grunted, handing Newt a leather satchel filled with woodlice, the preferred food of bowtruckles. Grove's about half a mile into the forest. You'll know it when you see it. Try not to get your fingers bitten off. Newt had accepted the satchel with barely contained excitement, and Og had almost smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. Almost. The path into the forbidden forest was well worn at first, clearly used regularly by the gamekeeper for his duties. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating shifting patterns of gold and green on the forest floor. The air smelled of earth and growing things, of mushrooms and moss, and the particular dampness that belonged to ancient woodlands. As Newt walked deeper, the path became less distinct, and the trees grew closer together. These were old trees, oak and ash and beech that had stood for centuries, their trunks massive and gnarled with age. But Newt was looking for something specific, and he knew he'd recognize it when he found it. The wandwood grove revealed itself gradually. First, Newt noticed a change in the quality of light. It seemed to shimmer slightly, as if the air itself were enchanted. Then he saw them, a cluster of trees that seemed to hum with latent magic. Wiggentree, mostly, their bark marked with the distinctive patterns that wand-makers prized. But there were others too, ash and rowan and hawthorn, each one suitable for wand making, each one precious, and each one, Newt knew, would be fiercely protected. He approached slowly, respectfully. The forest floor here was soft with fallen leaves, and smaller plants grew in abundance, ferns and wildflowers and delicate fungi that glowed faintly in the shadows. It was a place that felt untouched, sacred even, as if the forest had decided that this particular grove deserved special protection. For several minutes, Newt simply stood still, letting the grove become accustomed to his presence. This was something he'd learned from Professor Kettleburn. That observation began with patience, with becoming part of the landscape rather than an intrusion upon it. His patience was rewarded when he spotted the first bowtruckle. It was perched on a branch about 10 feet above the ground, perfectly camouflaged against the bark. If it hadn't shifted slightly, tilting its small head to get a better look at him, Newt might never have seen it. The creature was perhaps 8 inches tall, its body composed of what looked like small twigs and bark, with 2 bright green eyes that watched him with intense suspicion. Slowly, Newt lowered himself to sit on a fallen log, making himself less threatening. He opened the satchel and removed a single woodlouse, holding it in his open palm where the bowtruckle could see it clearly. "Hello there," he said softly. "I'm not here to harm your tree. I've just come to visit, if you'll allow it." The bowtruckle didn't move, but Newt could see other small shapes beginning to emerge from the bark of surrounding trees. 2 more, 3, 5. The grove was well populated, he realized. Each bowtruckle remained perfectly still, assessing this strange human who had invaded their territory. Newt remained patient. He kept his hand extended, the woodlouse crawling slowly across his palm. The rain from earlier had stopped, and now the forest was filled with the soft drip-drip of water falling from leaves, the distant call of a bird, the whisper of wind through branches. It was the smallest bowtruckle, possibly a youngling, that made the first move. It scurried down its tree trunk with surprising speed, its twig-like fingers finding purchase on the bark with practiced ease. At the base of the tree, it paused, regarding Newt with those impossibly bright eyes. Newt didn't move, barely dared to breathe. The small creature approached cautiously, stopping every few inches to reassess the situation. When it finally reached Newt's boot, it stopped again, and Newt could hear a soft clicking sound. The bowtruckle communicating, perhaps, with its fellows in the trees above. Then, with a sudden darting movement, the bowtruckle climbed onto Newt's knee, scampered up his arm, and snatched the woodlouse from his palm before retreating back to its tree in a blur of motion. Newt's heart soared with delight. It wasn't quite trust, not yet, but it was a beginning. Over the following weeks, Newt returned to the grove whenever he could manage it, sometimes officially, accompanying Og on his rounds, sometimes less officially, slipping away during free periods or weekends when the weather was fair. Each time, he brought offerings of woodlice, and each time, the bowtruckles became slightly less wary of his presence. He learned to distinguish between them. There was one he privately named Twig, larger than the others, and clearly the leader, who watched over the largest Wigan tree with particular vigilance. Another, whom he called Picket, long before he would meet the picket who would become his constant companion, had one finger that was slightly bent, as if it had been injured and healed imperfectly. A third seemed younger, more curious. willing to approach closer than the others. Newt began to understand their society, their hierarchy. The bowtruckles weren't merely solitary tree guardians. They formed communities, looked out for one another, shared information through their clicking language. When one bowtruckle spotted a potential threat, a foraging niffler once, or a curious hippogriff another time, all the bowtruckles in the grove would be alerted within seconds, disappearing into the bark until the danger passed. But they weren't just defensive creatures. Newt watched them tend to their trees with touching care, removing harmful insects, pruning dead twigs with their sharp fingers, even seeming to communicate with the trees themselves in ways he couldn't quite understand. The relationship between bowtruckle and tree was symbiotic, ancient, a partnership that had existed since the first one trees had grown in magical forests. One afternoon in late spring, Newt witnessed something that would stay with him forever. He'd been sitting in his usual spot on the fallen log, sketching one of the bowtruckles in his notebook, when he heard a distressing sound, a high-pitched clicking that conveyed clear alarm. Looking up, he saw several bowtruckles gathered around a section of bark on one of the younger ash trees. Something was wrong. Newt approached carefully, and the bowtruckles, by now accustomed to him, didn't flee. They stepped aside slightly, allowing him to see what had disturbed them. A section of the tree's bark had been damaged, possibly by a larger animal rubbing against it, and the wood beneath was exposed and weeping sap. "Oh, that's not good," Newt murmured, examining the wound. If left untreated, the damage could attract harmful insects or allow disease to enter the tree. He knew a bit of basic tree healing from herbology class. Nothing advanced, but enough to help. He pulled out his wand and carefully performed a simple bark-mending charm that Professor Beery had taught them. The damaged section knitted together slowly, the bark reforming, the sap ceasing its flow. The bowtruckles watched intently, their small bodies perfectly still. When Newt finished and stepped back, they immediately swarmed the healed section, running their twig fingers over it, clicking softly to one another. Then Twig, the leader, turned to look at Newt directly. What happened next was something Newt had never experienced before and would rarely experience again. Twig climbed down from the tree, approached Newt, and very deliberately climbed up onto his shoulder. The small creature settled there, one hand gripping Newt's collar for balance, and made a soft, almost musical clicking sound. It was acceptance. It was trust. It was a bowtruckle's way of saying, "You are a friend to our trees, and therefore a friend to us." From that day forward, Newt was welcomed in the grove as few humans had ever been. The bowtruckles would emerge when he arrived, would accept woodlice from his hand, would even allow him to carefully sketch them up close. They showed him things he'd never have discovered otherwise. Secret hollows where they stored food for winter, the way they wove small shelters from leaves during storms, their intricate communication system that involved not just clicks, but subtle body language and even changes in the color of their eyes. He learned that, despite their fierce reputation, bowtruckles were fundamentally gentle creatures. Their aggression came only from the need to protect what they loved, their trees, their homes, their communities. They would fight fiercely when threatened, their sharp fingers capable of inflicting painful scratches on anyone foolish enough to attempt harvesting wandwood without permission. But with those they trusted, they were affectionate, curious, even playful. Newt saw young bowtruckles playing elaborate games of chase through the branches, their small forms leaping impossible distances with complete confidence. He saw older bowtruckles teaching younglings how to identify the best woodlice, how to camouflage themselves perfectly against bark, how to send out warning clicks that would carry through the entire grove. He saw, too, their tenderness. Once, he witnessed 2 bowtruckles carefully helping a third who had injured its leg, supporting it between them as they climbed, bringing it food, never leaving it alone until it had healed. The loyalty and care they showed for one another reminded him of his own Hufflepuff housemates, who had always been quick to help a struggling friend, to share notes before exams, to include anyone who seemed lonely. The grove became one of Newt's favorite places at Hogwarts. When the pressures of OWLs weighed heavily on him, when social interactions with other students became overwhelming, when he simply needed peace, he would make his way to the wandwood trees and sit quietly among the bowtruckles. They seemed to understand when he needed silence, and their presence, small and loyal and uncomplicated, was a comfort he couldn't quite find elsewhere. As the afternoon faded into evening, and Newt would have to return to the castle, the bowtruckles would see him off in their own way. They'd gather on the lower branches of their trees, clicking softly, not in alarm, but in farewell. Twig would often climb onto Newt's shoulder for the walk to the forest edge, only scampering back to safety when the castle walls came into view. Newt set down his quill and reached for his tea, now cold, but still pleasant. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and outside the rain had stopped, leaving behind the clean smell of wet earth that drifted through the slightly open window. He looked at what he'd written and nodded slowly. Yes, the bowtruckles deserved to be remembered this way, not as aggressive pests that frustrated wand-makers, but as the devoted guardians they truly were. Creatures who taught him that size had nothing to do with courage, that the fiercest protection came from the deepest love, and that trust, once earned, was a gift beyond measure. In his mind's eye, he could still see them, those small, twig-like figures perched in their beloved trees, watching over their grove with eternal vigilance. He hoped that somewhere, in some wandwood forest, bowtruckles were settling into their nests for the night, their bright eyes finally closing, their sharp fingers relaxing their grip on the bark, secure in the knowledge that they had kept their trees safe for another day, and perhaps, in the dreams of young witches and wizards, small guardians would dance through enchanted forests, teaching them the value of loyalty, the beauty of fierce devotion, and the magic that lived in even the smallest of hearts. Newt closed his journal with a gentle smile and allowed his own eyes to drift shut, the memory of clicking sounds and bright green eyes following him peacefully towards sleep. On the third evening, Newt prepared his study with particular care. He lit additional candles, their flames casting a brighter glow than usual, as if anticipating a tale that required more light, more space, more grandeur than the previous 2 nights. The fire roared cheerfully in the hearth, and he'd opened the windows slightly despite the autumn chill, allowing the crisp evening air to flow through the room. Outside, the sky was clear for the first time in days, and stars were beginning to emerge in the deepening twilight. It seemed appropriate, somehow. Tonight's tale would be one of open skies and mountain winds, of creatures who belonged as much to the air as to the earth. Newt settled into his armchair with a satisfied sigh, his journal already open to a fresh page. He flexed his fingers, still slightly stiff from yesterday's writing, and selected a different quill for tonight, one with a longer, more elegant feather from a particularly magnificent owl. Something about writing of hippogriffs required a tool with its own sense of dignity. "My young friends," he wrote, "tonight we turn our attention skyward to creatures of such majesty and pride that they have taught generations of wizards the most important lesson of all, that respect must be earned, never demanded, and that the greatest bonds are forged not through dominance, but through mutual understanding." He paused, remembering a pair of fierce amber eyes and the feeling of wind rushing past his face at impossible speeds. Let me tell you about hippogriffs. Newt's first encounter with a hippogriff had been, like so many significant moments in his life, somewhat accidental and entirely transformative. It had occurred during the summer holiday between his 4th and 5th years at Hogwarts. His parents, concerned about their son's tendency toward isolation and obsessive study of magical creatures, had arranged for him to spend a month with a distant relative in the Scottish Highlands, a witch named Newt Scamander, who bred hippogriffs on a remote estate overlooking a wild stretch of moorland. Aunt Muriel, as she insisted on being called despite the tenuous family connection, was everything Newt's mother was not. Where his mother favored tidiness and schedules, Muriel embraced chaos and spontaneity. Where his mother worried constantly about propriety and Newt's future prospects at the ministry, Muriel cared only about the well-being of her creatures and the quality of the oats she fed them. "You'll muck out stables," she'd announced the moment Newt arrived, barely giving him time to set down his trunk. "You'll prepare feed, you'll mend fences, and if you prove yourself capable and respectful, I might let you meet them properly." Newt had nodded eagerly, not at all put off by the prospect of hard work. He'd spent the first week doing exactly as instructed, shoveling soiled straw, hauling buckets of water, repairing the sturdy wooden fences that enclosed the pastures. The work was exhausting, and his muscles ached in ways he'd never experienced during his relatively sedentary life at Hogwarts. But he didn't complain. The hippogriffs, meanwhile, observed him from a distance. There were 6 of them on Muriel's estate, a small breeding population that she maintained with meticulous care. Even from afar, Newt could see their magnificence. They were large creatures, each standing about the height of a large horse at the shoulder, with the proud head and powerful wings of an eagle merged seamlessly with the muscular body and hindquarters of a horse. Their plumage varied in color. One was a brilliant bronze that caught the sunlight like metal. Another was steel gray with white wingtips. A third bore feathers of deep chestnut brown. But all of them shared the same fierce intelligence in their eyes, the same bearing that spoke of dignity and barely contained power. They would stand at the far end of their pasture, watching Newt work with an attention that made him acutely aware of every movement he made. Hippogriffs, Muriel had explained during one of their simple suppers of bread and cheese, missed nothing. They assessed character with an accuracy that most wizards could never achieve. "They'll know if you're afraid," Muriel had said, cutting another slice of sharp cheddar. "More importantly, they'll know if you're disrespectful. Hippogriffs have been killed because some arrogant wizard thought their pride was foolishness rather than dignity. Remember that, boy. Pride isn't the same as arrogance. Pride can be earned. Theirs has been. Newt had absorbed every word, filing it away with all the other knowledge he'd gathered about magical creatures. But understanding something intellectually and experiencing it directly were two entirely different matters. His opportunity came on a bright morning in his second week, when Muriel finally deemed him ready. "The bronzed one, that's Highwing," she said, leading Newt to the pasture fence. "He's the most even-tempered of the lot, though don't let that fool you into thinking he's soft. He simply has the confidence that comes from knowing exactly who he is." Highwing stood about 30 feet away, his magnificent bronze feathers gleaming in the morning sun. He was grooming one of his wings, running his sharp beak through the flight feathers with careful precision. At their approach, he paused and turned his head to regard them with eyes the color of burnished gold. "Now then," Muriel said quietly, "show me what you've learned from all those books you're always reading." Newt's heart hammered in his chest as he approached the fence. He'd read about this moment countless times. The proper protocol for approaching a hippogriff, the importance of the initial bow, the need for patience and respect. But reading about something in the safety of the Hufflepuff common room and actually doing it while facing a creature powerful enough to tear him apart were vastly different experiences. He took a deep breath, climbed carefully over the fence, and walked forward until he was about 10 feet from Highwing. The hippogriff had finished preening and now stood perfectly still, his full attention focused on Newt. Newt maintained eye contact. That was crucial, he remembered. To look away would be seen as either fear or disrespect. Slowly, keeping his movements smooth and deliberate, he bowed from the waist. Not a slight nod, but a proper bow that brought his upper body parallel to the ground, a bow that acknowledged Highwing's status and dignity. Then he waited, his heart pounding so loudly he was certain Highwing must be able to hear it. The seconds stretched out like hours. Newt's back began to ache from maintaining the position, but he didn't move, didn't straighten, didn't break eye contact, even though his neck was beginning to cramp. This was Highwing's decision to make, and Newt would wait as long as necessary. Finally, the hippogriff moved. He took 2 steps forward, his taloned front feet gripping the earth with casual power, and lowered his eagle head in a returning bow. The relief that flooded through Newt was so intense he nearly stumbled, but he maintained his composure, straightening slowly and allowing himself a small smile. He'd been accepted. The first and most important hurdle had been cleared. "You may approach him now," Muriel called from the fence, her voice carrying a note of approval. "Slowly. Let him set the pace." Newt moved forward cautiously, his hand extended palm up in a gesture of peace. Highwing watched him with those intelligent golden eyes, his head tilting slightly as if considering this strange young human who had shown him proper respect. When Newt was close enough, Highwing lowered his head and allowed the boy to touch his beak, smooth and hard as polished stone, warm from the sun. The hippogriff made a soft sound, almost a sigh, and Newt felt something shift in his chest. This wasn't just observation or study. This was connection. Over the following days, Newt spent hours with Highwing and, gradually, with the other hippogriffs in Muriel's care. He learned to read their moods from the position of their ears and the angle of their wings. he discovered that they each had distinct personalities. Highwing was indeed calm and patient, but Silverwing, the grey one, was more temperamental, quicker to take offence at perceived slights. Chestwing, the brown female, was curious and playful, often trying to steal things from Newt's pockets with her beak. He learned the proper way to groom them, running his hands over the point where feathers met fur, feeling the incredible strength in their muscles. Their feathers were softer than he'd expected, not downy like an owl's, but sleek and precisely arranged, each one serving a purpose in flight. Their fur was coarser, more like a horse's coat, warm and alive beneath his careful touch. Muriel taught him how to prepare their favorite meals, ferrets and mice, which the hippogriffs dispatched with swift, efficient strikes of their talons. She showed him how to check their hooves and talons for damage, how to recognize signs of illness or injury, how to understand the subtle language of their body movements. But the most important lesson came on a day when the wind was strong and the sky was impossibly blue. Highwing trusts you, Muriel observed, watching Newt feed the bronze hippogriff strips of fresh meat. I think he'd carry you if you asked properly. Newt's breath caught. Flying? You mean actually flying? That is generally what one does on a hippogriff's back, yes, Muriel said dryly, unless you plan to use him as a very large and inconvenient chair. The preparation was meticulous. Muriel showed Newt how to mount, approaching from the left side, placing his hands carefully on Highwing's shoulders, swinging his leg over the broad back where wings met body. There was no saddle, nothing but Newt's grip on the creature's feathers and his own balance to keep him in place. Highwing stood patiently through the mounting process, his head turned slightly to watch Newt with one golden eye. When the boy was settled, the hippogriff made a questioning sound, a soft chirp that seemed to ask if Newt was ready. Yes, Newt whispered, his voice barely audible over the wind. I'm ready. What followed was the most exhilarating experience of Newt's young life. Highwing began with a trot, his gait smooth despite his size. Then he spread his magnificent wings. They seemed impossibly large once fully extended, easily 20 feet from tip to tip. The muscles in his shoulders bunched beneath Newt, and with 3 powerful beats of those bronze wings, they were airborne. The ground fell away with startling speed. Newt's stomach lurched, and his fingers tightened reflexively in Highwing's feathers. But the hippogriff flew with smooth confidence, rising steadily into the clear Scottish sky. The world transformed around them. The moorland spread out below like a patchwork quilt of purple heather and green grass, streams catching the sunlight like silver threads. Muriel's estate became a collection of tiny buildings, the fence enclosures mere lines on the landscape. In the distance, mountains rose in majestic peaks, their summits still touched with snow despite the summer warmth. The wind rushed past Newt's face, carrying the scent of heather and distance and freedom. Highwing's wings beat in a steady rhythm, and Newt could feel every muscle movement, every subtle adjustment the hippogriff made to catch updrafts and navigate air currents. They climbed higher, and Newt's initial fear gave way to wonder. From this height, he could see for miles. Lochs glittering in the distance, valleys carved by ancient glaciers. The wild beauty of the highlands spread out in every direction. A golden eagle soared past them, giving Highwing what seemed like a respectful nod from one flying creature to another. Highwing turned in a wide circle, banking smoothly so that Newt had to shift his weight to maintain balance. The hippogriff seemed to be enjoying himself, making small trilling sounds that Newt had learned meant contentment. This wasn't work or duty for Highwing. This was joy, the simple pleasure of flight and wind and open sky. They flew for perhaps 20 minutes, though it felt both shorter and longer than that. Highwing showed Newt how hippogriffs hunted from the air, dropping into steep dives that made Newt's heart leap into his throat before pulling up at the last moment. He demonstrated aerial acrobatics, barrel rolls and loops that required Newt to cling desperately to his back, laughing and terrified in equal measure. When they finally descended, gliding down in gentle spirals toward Muriel's pasture, Newt felt transformed. He'd been granted a gift that few wizards ever received: to see the world as a hippogriff saw it, to understand the freedom and power of flight, to be trusted completely by a creature who had every reason to be wary of humans. Highwing landed with surprising grace for such a large creature, his taloned feet touching down first, wings beating backwards to slow their descent, back legs settling onto the grass with barely a jar. He folded his wings carefully and turned his head to look at Newt, those golden eyes seeming to ask, "Well, did you enjoy that?" Newt slid down from the hippogriff's back on legs that trembled with exhaustion and exhilaration. He bowed again, deeper than before, a bow that conveyed gratitude and respect and awe all at once. Highwing returned the bow, then surprised Newt by gently bumping his beak against the boy's shoulder in what could only be described as affection. "You did well," Muriel said when Newt finally made his way back to the fence on shaky legs. "Highwing doesn't fly with just anyone. He chose to share that with you because he deemed you worthy of it. That's not something to take lightly." Newt nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. He understood, perhaps for the first time, what it truly meant to earn the respect of a magical creature. It wasn't about dominance or control. It was about approaching them with humility, about recognizing their autonomy and intelligence, about building trust through patience and genuine respect. Over the remaining days of his stay, Newt flew with Highwing several more times. Each flight taught him something new, about hippogriffs, about trust, about the particular kind of courage it took to make oneself vulnerable, while being carried through the sky by a creature who could drop you at any moment, but chose not to. He learned too that hippogriffs, despite their fierce appearance and proud bearing, were capable of genuine affection toward those they trusted. Chestwing would nuzzle against him when he arrived at the pasture each morning. Silverwing, initially standoffish, eventually allowed Newt to groom his wings. Even the most aloof of the herd, a massive white hippogriff named Snowfeather, eventually acknowledged Newt with a brief nod when their paths crossed. On his last evening at Muriel's estate, Newt sat on the fence, watching the hippogriffs settle for the night. They chose their roosting spots with care. Highwing preferred a slight rise that gave him a clear view of the surrounding moorland, while Chestwing liked to tuck herself against the sheltered side of the stable building. They folded their wings carefully, preening one last time before allowing their eagle eyes to close. Even in sleep, they maintained a certain dignity, a presence that commanded respect. Their breathing was deep and regular, occasionally punctuated by soft sounds, chirps and trills that Newt had learned were the sounds of dreaming hippogriffs. "They dream of flying," Muriel said softly, appearing beside him in the gathering twilight, of open skies and mountain winds, of freedom and hunt, and the joy of simply being what they were created to be. Newt nodded, watching Highwing's wings twitch slightly in sleep, as if the bronze hippogriff was soaring through some midnight sky visible only to him. Newt set down his quill and flexed his writing hand. The fire had burned low again, and the candles had melted significantly. He'd been writing for longer than he'd realized, lost in memories of Scottish skies and bronze feathers gleaming in sunlight. Outside his study window, night had fully fallen, and the stars he'd seen earlier now blazed in brilliant profusion. Somewhere out there, he knew, hippogriffs were roosting on cliff edges and in hidden glades, their proud heads tucked beneath powerful wings, dreaming their dreams of flight and freedom. He hoped that young witches and wizards reading his words would understand what the hippogriffs had taught him, that the greatest strengths often came wrapped in pride and dignity, that respect was a currency more valuable than gold, and that the most profound connections required vulnerability and trust from both parties. As Newt closed his journal, he could almost feel the ghost of wind rushing past his face, could almost hear Highwing's contented trill echoing across the years. He smiled, drew his blanket closer against the evening chill, and allowed his own eyes to drift closed, dreaming of highland skies and creatures who had taught him what it meant to truly fly. Tomorrow he would write of unicorns, but tonight he would rest on the memory of bronze wings and golden eyes and the incomparable gift of a hippogriff's trust. Sleep well, young friends, and may your dreams carry you on strong wings toward tomorrow's wonders. The fourth evening arrived with a particular hush, as if the world itself understood that tonight's tale required reverence. Newt settled into his armchair earlier than usual, while the last traces of sunset still painted the western sky in shades of rose and gold. He'd set out his finest quill, one crafted from a phoenix feather, a gift from a dear friend, and had placed a small sprig of dittany in a vase on his desk. The delicate plant's silvery leaves seemed to glow softly in the fading light, a reminder of purity and healing. The fire burned with unusual steadiness tonight, its flames barely flickering, as if even the hearth understood the sacred nature of what would be committed to parchment. Outside, the evening was perfectly still. No wind, no rain, just the gentle transition from day to night that felt suspended in time. Newt opened his journal to a fresh page and paused, his quill hovering over the parchment. How did one write about unicorns? How did one capture in mere words the essence of creatures so pure, so fundamentally good, that their very existence seemed like a blessing upon the world? He took a slow breath and began. My dearest young friends, tonight I must speak softly, for we approach something sacred. Tonight we speak of creatures so pure that to see one is to witness magic in its most innocent form. Tonight, let me share with you what little I know of unicorns, knowing that even after a lifetime of study, they remain beautifully mysterious. Newt had been 17 when he first saw a unicorn, and the experience had changed something fundamental in the way he understood magic itself. It was near the end of his 7th year at Hogwarts, during a period when the castle felt both achingly familiar and somehow already distant, as if his mind had begun the process of saying goodbye even though his departure was still weeks away. The NELOT examinations loomed, and most of his fellow students spent their evenings hunched over textbooks in the library or common room, frantically revising transfiguration theory and potions formulas. But Newt had never been like most students. When the pressure of upcoming examinations became too heavy, when the weight of decisions about his future pressed down on his shoulders, he sought solace in the only place that had ever truly made sense to him, among the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. It was Professor Kettleburn who had unknowingly set events in motion. During their final Care of Magical Creatures lesson, the professor had grown uncharacteristically contemplative, gazing out toward the forest with his remaining eye. "You know, Scamander," he'd said quietly, after the other students had departed, "in all my years at Hogwarts, I've only seen a unicorn 3 times. 3 times in 40 years. And each time," he'd paused, seeming to search for words, "each time I felt as though I was being given a gift I hadn't earned, as though the forest itself was reminding me of something I'd forgotten, something about why we do what we do, why we dedicate our lives to understanding these creatures." He'd turned to look at Newt then, his weathered face serious. "I suspect you'll see one before you leave here, Scamander. You have the right sort of heart for it. Just remember, if you're granted that privilege, approach it with reverence. Unicorns show themselves to those they deem worthy, and that worthiness has nothing to do with magical ability or academic achievement. It has everything to do with purity of intent." The words had stayed with Newt, taking root in his mind even as he tried to focus on his studies. Purity of intent. He'd pondered that phrase during long hours in the library, wondering if his own intentions were pure enough. He loved magical creatures, yes, but was that love untainted by ego, by ambition, by the desire to be known as an expert rather than simply to understand and protect? The question troubled him more than he cared to admit. It was on a night when the moon was waxing toward full. Not quite there yet, but close, that Newt found himself unable to sleep. His dormitory mates snored peacefully in their 4-poster beds, the curtains drawn against the dim light from the enchanted windows. But Newt lay awake, staring at the wooden beams of the ceiling, feeling a strange restlessness that had nothing to do with examination anxiety. Finally, unable to bear the confinement any longer, he'd risen and dressed quietly. The Hufflepuff common room was empty at this late hour, the fire reduced to glowing embers, though someone, probably a house elf, had left his favorite blanket draped over his usual chair, as if they'd known he might need it upon his return. The castle corridors were bathed in moonlight, creating pools of silver on the stone floors. Newt moved through them like a ghost, his footsteps silent, his breathing shallow. He'd become quite skilled at nighttime wanderings over the years, and even Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's ever-vigilant cat, merely blinked at him from her perch on a windowsill as he passed. The entrance to the grounds was easier to navigate than it should have been, and Newt wondered briefly if the castle itself was helping him, if the ancient magic of Hogwarts recognized his need and chose not to hinder it. It was a fanciful thought, but he'd long since learned that the castle had its own peculiar sentience, its own ways of caring for the students within its walls. The night air was cool against his face as he stepped outside, carrying the scent of growing things and night-blooming flowers from the greenhouses. The grounds were transformed by moonlight, the lake a sheet of rippled silver, the whomping willow a dark silhouette against the star-strewn sky, the forbidden forest a wall of shadows that seemed to pulse with hidden life. Newt walked without conscious direction, letting his feet carry him where they would. Past Hagrid's cabin, dark and quiet. Past the pumpkin patch, where enormous gourds swelled in the moonlight. Toward the forest edge, where manicured grounds gave way to wild growth, where the rules of the castle yielded to older, stranger laws. He paused at the tree line, that invisible boundary between the known and the mysterious. The forest had never frightened him the way it did some students. To Newt, it was a sanctuary, a place where magical creatures lived according to their own natures, free from human expectations and demands. A path opened before him, not one he'd noticed before, but clear nonetheless in the moonlight. It wound between ancient oaks and silver birches, the ground soft with moss and fallen leaves. Newt followed it without hesitation, trusting in something he couldn't name, guided by an instinct that felt older than thought. The forest grew quieter as he walked deeper, not the ominous silence of danger, but a reverent hush, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Even the usual night sounds, the rustling of small creatures, the hooting of owls, the distant calls of night birds, had faded to nothing. And then the path opened into a clearing. It was small, perhaps 20 feet across, ringed by ancient trees whose branches formed a natural cathedral overhead. The ground was carpeted with flowers that Newt didn't recognize, delicate white blooms that seemed to glow with their own soft light, releasing a fragrance so pure and sweet that it made his chest ache. In the center of the clearing stood a single tree, older than the others, its silver bark gleaming in the moonlight. And beneath that tree, bathed in moonbeams that fell like benediction through the canopy above, stood a unicorn. Newt's breath stopped in his throat. He was somehow certain it was female, was smaller than the full-grown unicorns he'd seen in illustrations. A young mare, perhaps, still bearing some of the golden tinge that marked unicorns not yet fully mature. But her coat was primarily silver-white, and it seemed to shimmer with an inner radiance that had nothing to do with reflected moonlight. Her mane and tail flowed like liquid silk, stirred by a breeze Newt couldn't feel. Her horn, that spiral of pearl and opal that grew from the center of her forehead, caught the moonlight and refracted it into subtle rainbows that danced across the flowers at her feet. It was perhaps 2 feet long, tapering to a point so fine it seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. But it was her eyes that undid him completely. They were large and dark, impossibly gentle, filled with an intelligence and awareness that went beyond anything Newt had encountered in any creature. Looking into those eyes was like looking into the heart of magic itself, ancient and young, wild and peaceful, fierce in their innocence and tender in their strength. The unicorn regarded him calmly, without fear, her head held high, with a grace that made hippogriff pride seem almost crude by comparison. This wasn't arrogance. This was simply the natural bearing of a creature who embodied purity itself, who had never known corruption or cruelty, who existed as a living reminder of what magic was meant to be. Newt sank slowly to his knees, not in conscious decision, but because standing seemed somehow inappropriate, almost disrespectful. He didn't bow as he had with Highwing. That felt wrong too formal, too much about protocol. Instead, he simply knelt there on the flower-carpeted ground and allowed himself to feel the overwhelming wonder of this moment. The unicorn took a step toward him, then another. Her hooves made no sound on the soft earth, and where she stepped, the flowers seemed to bloom more brightly, releasing fresh waves of that achingly sweet fragrance. Newt remained perfectly still, his heart hammering so hard he was certain she must hear it. But he kept his breathing even, his hands relaxed on his knees, his entire being focused on radiating the only things he had to offer: respect, wonder, and a love for magical creatures that had defined his entire young life. She stopped perhaps 3 feet from him, close enough that he could see the individual strands of her mane stirring in that unfelt breeze, close enough to count the subtle color variations in her coat: silver and pearl, and the faintest hint of gold, like dawn touching snow. And then, with a gentleness that brought tears to Newt's eyes, she lowered her head and touched her muzzle to his outstretched hand. The contact sent a shock through his entire body, not painful, but intense, like touching pure starlight made solid. Warmth flooded through him, carrying with it a sense of peace so profound that every anxiety, every worry, every fear he'd been carrying simply dissolved. In that moment, kneeling in a moonlit grove with a unicorn's breath warm against his palm, Newt understood what Professor Kettleburn had meant about being given an unearned gift. He understood, too, that this wasn't really about him at all. The unicorn hadn't appeared because Newt was special or chosen or worthy. She'd appeared because she existed, because the forest held space for such encounters, because magic itself sometimes created moments of grace that had no purpose beyond their own beauty. The unicorn remained there, allowing Newt to gently stroke her muzzle, her neck, the silken strands of her mane. Her coat was impossibly soft, warmer than it should be, and beneath his fingers he could feel her heartbeat, steady and strong and somehow musical, as if her very pulse kept time with some cosmic rhythm. She made a sound, soft and melodious, somewhere between a horse's nicker and a songbird's call. It seemed to resonate in Newt's chest, and he found himself making a soft sound in return, wordless communication that needed no translation. How long they remained like that, Newt couldn't say. Time seemed to have no meaning in the grove, but gradually, gently, the unicorn stepped back. She looked at him one last time with those impossibly deep eyes, and Newt felt as though she was reading everything he'd ever been and everything he might become, and finding it, if not perfect, at least acceptable in its honest imperfection. Then she turned, moving with fluid grace, and walked toward the far edge of the clearing. Where the moonlight was brightest, she paused and looked back at him once more. Then she stepped into a beam of moonlight and simply faded, as if she'd been woven from the light itself and was now returning to its source. Newt remained kneeling long after she'd vanished, afraid to move, afraid to break the spell of the moment. The flowers around him still glowed softly, and their fragrance lingered in the air, but the sacred intensity of the unicorn's presence had lifted, leaving behind a gentle afterglow. When he finally rose, his knees stiff from kneeling on the soft earth, he noticed something lying where the unicorn had first stood. Approaching carefully, he found a single strand of silver-white hair, perhaps 10 inches long, gleaming with that same inner light. Unicorn hair. Freely given, not taken. A gift beyond price. Newt picked it up with trembling fingers and tucked it carefully into his inside pocket, against his heart. Years later, he would have it incorporated into his wand, a secret he shared with no one, a reminder of a perfect moment when he'd been granted a glimpse of magic in its purest form. The walk back to the castle passed in a dream. The path seemed clearer now, as if the forest was gently guiding him home. By the time he reached the Hufflepuff common room, the first hints of dawn were touching the eastern sky, and the house elves were beginning to stir the fires and prepare breakfast. Newt collapsed into his favorite chair, pulled the blanket over himself, and sat watching the sunrise through the circular windows. He felt changed, though he couldn't articulate how. Lighter somehow, more certain of his path, even though nothing concrete had been decided. In his pocket, the unicorn hair rested against his heart, a talisman of grace and a reminder that the world still held spaces for the purely good, the wholly innocent, the fundamentally magical. Newt set down his phoenix feather quill and realized his hand was trembling slightly. Even after all these years, the memory of that encounter could move him to tears. He'd seen unicorns many times since, in various forests, in different countries, under various circumstances. But that first meeting remained the most profound, the one that had taught him the true meaning of reverence. The fire had burned down to embers now, and outside, the night was deep and peaceful. Somewhere in the world, he knew, unicorns moved through moonlit groves, their presence a blessing upon the wild places, their existence a reminder that not everything in the world had been corrupted or tamed or bent to human purposes. He hoped that the young witches and wizards reading his words would understand that some magical creatures existed not to be studied or utilized or even fully understood, but simply to be honored for what they were. That purity was its own form of power, gentleness, its own kind of strength, and that sometimes the greatest gift was simply being allowed to witness something beautiful without needing to possess or control it. As Newt closed his journal, he thought he caught a faint whiff of that sweet floral fragrance from the grove, though he knew it must be imagination. Still, he smiled as he drew his blanket closer and allowed his eyes to drift shut. Sleep well, young friends, and may your dreams carry you to places where innocence still dwells, where purity shines like silver in the moonlight, and where grace is given freely to those who approach the world with wonder and respect. Tomorrow would bring new tales, but tonight he would rest in the memory of dark, gentle eyes and a touch that had carried the warmth of starlight. The fifth evening found Newt in a decidedly lighter mood. After the profound reverence of the previous night's tale, he felt the need for something playful, something that would make young readers smile rather than simply marvel. He'd arranged his study accordingly, adding a few more lamps, stoking the fire to a cheerful blaze, and even setting out a small dish of butterscotch sweets that he'd been saving for a special occasion. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the windows, the kind of cozy autumn rain that made indoor spaces feel even warmer and more welcoming. Newt had drawn the curtains against the darkness, creating a snug cocoon of light and comfort. On his desk, several small objects glittered in the lamplight: a brass button, a silvered nut, a shiny sweet wrapper, all arranged with apparent randomness, but actually serving as inspiration. He settled into his armchair with an amused smile already playing at the corners of his mouth, selected a cheerful orange quill, a gift from a Chudley Cannon supporter, though Newt cared little for Quidditch, and opened his journal. "My dear young friends," he wrote, his handwriting slightly more relaxed than previous evenings, After several nights of contemplating the noble and the pure, let us turn our attention to creatures of a rather different temperament. Tonight, I shall tell you of nifflers, those incorrigible, irrepressible, utterly charming thieves who have tested my patience and stolen my heart in equal measure. Newt's first encounter with a niffler had been, appropriately enough, an act of pure mischief on both sides. It was during his 6th year at Hogwarts, a period when he should have been focusing on his NEWT level studies, but instead found himself increasingly distracted by the diverse magical creatures that inhabited the grounds and surrounding forest. He'd already established himself as Professor Kettleburn's unofficial assistant, often staying after lessons to help care for the creatures kept for educational purposes. It was during one such afternoon that everything changed. Got something special arriving tomorrow? Professor Kettleburn had mentioned casually, checking the supplies of food for the various creatures. A breeding pair of nifflers. Thought the 7th years might benefit from observing their behavior. Fascinating creatures. Nifflers. Absolutely balmy for anything shiny, of course, but surprisingly affectionate if you can forgive the kleptomania. Newt's interest had been immediately piqued. He'd read about nifflers naturally, had memorized entire passages from fantastic beasts, and where to find them regarding their habits and habitat. But reading about creatures and actually observing them were entirely different matters, as he'd learned time and again. The nifflers arrived the next day in a specially reinforced wooden crate, delivered by a harried-looking wizard from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, who seemed enormously relieved to be rid of them. Picked my pocket 6 times during the journey, the wizard complained, checking his robes one final time before departing. And those were just the times I noticed. Good luck with them, Sylvanus. You'll need it. Professor Kettleburn had laughed his booming laugh and carried the crate to a specially prepared enclosure, a deep pen with smooth walls that even a niffler's digging abilities couldn't easily breach. When he opened the crate, Newt got his first proper look at the creatures that would come to occupy such a prominent place in his life and work. They were smaller than he'd expected, about the size of large platypuses, with sleek black fur that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Their snouts were flat and broad, somewhat duck-like, and their front paws were equipped with long spade-like claws, perfect for digging. But it was their eyes that captured Newt's attention, bright, mischievous, filled with an intelligence that was clearly calculating the shininess and steel ability of everything within view. The female, whom Professor Kettleburn identified by a small notch in her left ear, emerged first, her snout twitching as she assessed her new surroundings. The male followed, slightly larger and even more interested in the brass buckles on the professor's belt. Now then, Kettleburn said, addressing both Newt and the nifflers, the key to managing nifflers is accepting that you will never, ever win. They will steal from you. That's simply their nature. The best you can hope for is to make the game entertaining enough that they don't get bored and start causing real mischief. Over the following weeks, Newt spent every spare moment observing the nifflers. They were endlessly entertaining, even when they were being thoroughly exasperating. Their devotion to shiny objects bordered on obsessive. They would ignore food, comfort, even safety in pursuit of something that glittered. But they were also surprisingly complex creatures. Newt watched them construct elaborate burrows in the earth that had been provided in their enclosure, creating networks of tunnels with multiple chambers. One chamber was clearly for sleeping. They lined it with the softest materials they could find. Another served as their treasure vault, where they hoarded every shiny object they managed to acquire. It was this treasure chamber that led to what Newt would later refer to as the Great Niffler Incident of 1915. The trouble began when Newt, in a moment of what he later recognized as profound naivety, decided to make detailed sketches of the Niffler's treasure collection for his personal bestiary. It seemed like a reasonable research project, documenting what types of objects Nifflers preferred, how they organized their hoards, what hierarchies might exist in their valuation of different treasures. To accomplish this, he needed to spend time in their enclosure. Professor Kettleburn had approved with the warning, "Keep your pockets empty, Scamander, and don't wear anything shiny. And for Merlin's sake, don't turn your back on them." Newt had followed the first two instructions faithfully. The third, well, that was where things became complicated. He'd been crouched near the entrance to their burrow, carefully sketching a pile of brass buttons and silver sickles that the Nifflers had accumulated, when he felt a gentle tug at his robes. Turning his head slowly, he found himself nose to snout with the female Niffler, who was examining him with intense interest. "Hello there," he'd said softly, extending his hand slowly. "I'm just here to observe, not to steal your treasures." The Niffler had sniffed his hand thoroughly, her whiskers tickling his palm. Then, apparently deciding he was acceptable, she'd climbed into his lap with surprising trust and settled there, her warm weight comfortable against his legs. Newt had been charmed. He'd reached down carefully to stroke her sleek fur, and she'd made a pleased, chittering sound, her eyes half closing in contentment. Perhaps, he'd thought, Nifflers weren't quite as mischievous as their reputation suggested. Perhaps they simply needed to be approached with the right sort of respect, and that was when he felt the male Niffler's claws deftly undoing the clasps on his satchel. By the time Newt realized what was happening, it was too late. The male Niffler had opened his bag and was gleefully rummaging through its contents, tossing aside parchment and quills in search of anything valuable. The female, her role as distraction complete, bounded off Newt's lap and joined in the ransacking with enthusiastic chirps. "No, wait, that's not. Those are my notes." Newt had scrambled after them, but Nifflers in full treasure hunting mode were remarkably quick. Within seconds, they'd absconded with his brass compass, a silver bookmark that had been a gift from his mother, 3 newts, and, most devastatingly, his favorite self-inking quill, which had a gold-plated nib. The Nifflers disappeared into their burrow with their loot, and Newt could hear triumphant squeaking echoing from the tunnels below. Professor Kettleburn, arriving to check on his progress, had found Newt sitting in the middle of the enclosure, surrounded by scattered parchment, looking utterly betrayed. "Ah," the professor had said, struggling not to laugh. "Lesson learned, then." "They seemed so friendly," Newt had said mournfully. "The female was in my lap. She was purring." "Oh, they are friendly," Kettleburn had assured him. "Nifflers are quite affectionate creatures. They just happen to be affectionate thieves. The two traits aren't mutually exclusive, Scamander." In fact, I'd argue their ability to be charming makes them better thieves. Retrieving his belongings had required negotiation. Nifflers, Newt discovered, were willing to trade, but only if the offered exchange was sufficiently shiny and interesting. He'd spent the rest of the afternoon offering various objects from the Care of Magical Creatures supply cupboard, carefully working out which items the Nifflers valued most highly. The compass they returned fairly easily in exchange for a handful of new brass buttons. The knuts they seemed less attached to, surrendering them for a shiny silver spoon. The bookmark required significantly more negotiation, ultimately costing Newt a small mirror and a copper bracelet that Professor Kettleburn had donated to the cause. But the quill, the quill with its gold-plated nib that proved nearly impossible to reclaim. The male Niffler clutched it possessively, chittering defensively whenever Newt approached. It had become, apparently, his most prized possession, the crown jewel of his hoard. In the end, Newt had to admit defeat. The quill remained in the Niffler's treasure chamber, and Newt learned a valuable lesson about the iron grip of Niffler attachment to particularly valued objects. But something unexpected happened during those weeks of observation and negotiation. Newt found himself genuinely fond of the troublesome creatures. Yes, they were thieves. Yes, they had no respect for personal property. Yes, they would absolutely steal from him again given half a chance. But they were also playful, affectionate, and possessed of a joy in their pursuits that was almost infectious. Watching a Niffler discover something shiny was like watching pure happiness made manifest. They would chitter with delight, do little victory dances, immediately rush to add the treasure to their hoard while making pleased, squeaking sounds. More than that, Newt discovered that Nifflers, despite their larcenous tendencies, were surprisingly devoted to those they trusted. The female, whom he'd started calling Nixie, much to Professor Kettleburn's amusement, would greet him excitedly whenever he arrived, climbing up his robes to perch on his shoulder. She'd groom his hair with her clever paws, making soft, contented sounds, completely ignoring the fact that she'd probably be attempting to steal his buttons within minutes. The male, Snitch, as Newt had dubbed him, both for his treasure-seeking abilities and his retention of the gold-nibbed quill, was more reserved but showed affection in his own way. He'd bring Newt gifts from his hoard, usually the least shiny items, admittedly, but the gesture itself was touching. A dull copper coin here, a tarnished button there. In Niffler terms, these were significant offerings. One evening, working late in the creature enclosures, while supposedly studying for his Ancient Runes NEWT, Newt witnessed something that cemented his affection for Nifflers forever. Nixie had recently given birth to a litter of 4 babies, tiny, squeaking bundles of black fur with eyes still closed and paws that were already practicing digging motions. Newt had been observing from a respectful distance, not wanting to disturb the new mother, when he noticed something concerning. One of the babies, the smallest, wasn't nursing properly and seemed weaker than its siblings. Without thinking, Newt had carefully reached into the burrow and gently extracted the tiny creature. It fit in the palm of his hand, warm and fragile, its little snout searching blindly for food. He'd prepared a makeshift feeding solution from his potion supplies, using a dropper to get the mixture into the baby's mouth. Nixie, rather than becoming aggressive or defensive as he'd feared, had simply watched. And when he'd returned the fed, and now sleeping baby to the burrow, she'd done something extraordinary. She'd climbed out, approached Newt, and very deliberately placed one of her treasures in his hand. Not a dull coin this time, but a genuinely shiny silver button, one of her favorites. It was a thank you, a recognition that he'd helped her baby, a gesture of trust from a creature who loved shiny things more than almost anything, except, apparently, more than she loved her offspring. Newt had kept that button, still had it, in fact, in a special drawer in his study, alongside other treasured mementos from his years of creature observation. The baby niffler, whom Newt called Pip, had thrived with supplemental feeding. Within weeks, he was as mischievous and treasure-obsessed as his siblings, stealing Newt's shoelaces and attempting to make off with the brass clasps on Professor Kettleburn's artificial arm, an attempt that fortunately failed, as the clasps were rather important to the arm's continued attachment. When Newt had finally left Hogwarts, saying goodbye to the Nifflers had been harder than he'd expected. They might be thieves, but they were his thieves, creatures who had taught him that mischief and affection could coexist, that loving something didn't mean it wouldn't occasionally drive you to distraction. Years later, when he'd begun his own collection of magical creatures, Nifflers were among the first he'd sought out. They'd caused chaos in his case more times than he could count, absconding with everything from his spare wand to his pocket watch to, memorably, his entire collection of galleons, which had taken weeks to recover. But they'd also been sources of endless entertainment and genuine companionship. When he was lonely or discouraged, there was something remarkably cheering about a Niffler climbing into his lap, stolen treasure clutched in its paws, chittering contentedly as it fell asleep against his chest. Newt set down his orange quill and chuckled softly to himself, remembering countless adventures and misadventures with Nifflers over the years. The fire had burned cheerfully throughout his writing, and outside, the rain had softened to a gentle patter that seemed to match his contented mood. He glanced at the small objects on his desk, the brass button, the silver knut, the shiny wrapper. Tomorrow, he'd probably find them rearranged, or perhaps missing entirely, if any Nifflers were about. The thought made him smile. Young witches and wizards should know, he thought, that not all magical creatures needed to be noble or pure or majestic to be worthy of love and protection. Sometimes the most memorable creatures were the ones who stole your belongings and your heart in equal measure, who taught you to laugh at chaos and find joy in their unbridled enthusiasm for the things they loved. As Newt closed his journal, he imagined Nifflers all over the wizarding world, settling into their burrows for the night, their treasure hoards carefully arranged around them, their clever paws finally still, their mischievous eyes finally closed. Tomorrow they'd wake and steal again, as was their nature. But tonight, they'd sleep surrounded by the glittering proof of successful hunts, content in their small, shiny, loving hearts. Sleep well, young friends, and if you wake to find your brass buttons missing, or your silver sickles mysteriously relocated, well, check the nearest burrow, and try not to be too cross. After all, they're only doing what they love best. Tomorrow would bring tales of phoenixes and ancient wisdom, but tonight belonged to the cheerful thieves, the affectionate troublemakers, the creatures who proved that being perfect wasn't nearly as endearing as being perfectly, charmingly, irrepressibly themselves. The sixth evening arrived with a sense of gravity, as if the very air understood that tonight's tale would require something more than mere storytelling. It would require the capturing of legends in words, the attempt to bottle fire and rebirth and immortality on parchment. Newt approached his study with unusual ceremony, pausing at the threshold to gather his thoughts before entering. He'd prepared the room with particular care. The fire burned with a deeper intensity tonight, its flames dancing in shades of crimson and gold that seemed almost too vibrant to be ordinary fire. Candles had been arranged in a careful circle around his desk, their flames perfectly still, despite the draught from the window he'd left slightly open. On his desk lay his most precious quill, a tail feather from Fawkes himself, given to him by Albus Dumbledore years ago, a gift beyond measure. The evening sky outside was painted in spectacular colors, deep purples and burning oranges, as if the sunset itself was paying homage to the creatures Newt would write about tonight. He stood at the window for a long moment, watching the colors shift and change, thinking about transformation and renewal and the eternal cycle of death and rebirth. Finally, he settled into his armchair, the Fawkes feather quill held with something approaching reverence. He opened his journal to a fresh page, took a deep breath, and began. My dearest young friends, tonight we speak of legends made flesh, of fire that does not consume, of death that is not an ending but a transformation. Tonight we speak of phoenixes, creatures so rare, so magnificent, so fundamentally magical that to witness one is to glimpse eternity itself. Newt had been 18 when he first saw a phoenix, though saw seemed an inadequate word for an experience that had engaged every sense and touched something deeper than mere perception. It was the day after his final NEWT examinations, that strange liminal period when he was still technically a Hogwarts student, but already felt like a ghost haunting his own past. Most of his fellow seventh years were celebrating, planning their futures, saying tearful goodbyes to friends they'd known for 7 years. But Newt had found himself drawn to the headmaster's office, compelled by something he couldn't quite name. Professor Dumbledore had been headmaster for only a short time then, having recently assumed the position, and his office still carried traces of his predecessor's tenure, though the silver instruments were already multiplying, and the portraits of former headmasters seemed more animated than they had been in years. Newt had knocked hesitantly, half hoping there would be no answer, so he could retreat without seeming too foolish. But Dumbledore's voice had called out warmly, "Come in, Newt. I've been expecting you." That should have surprised him. Dumbledore's uncanny ability to know things before they happened. But by then, Newt had grown somewhat accustomed to his former Transfiguration professor's peculiar omniscience. The office was magnificent in the afternoon light, sun streaming through the tall windows and illuminating motes of dust that danced like tiny stars. Books lined every available surface, silver instruments whirred and clicked mysteriously, and the portraits dozed or watched with varying degrees of interest. But Newt's attention was immediately captured by the golden perch behind Dumbledore's desk and the creature that rested upon it, Fawkes. Even the name seemed to carry weight, seemed to resonate with something ancient and powerful. The phoenix was smaller than Newt had imagined, about the size of a swan, but what he lacked in physical size, he more than compensated for in sheer presence. His plumage was a riot of crimsons and golds and deep oranges, each feather seeming to contain its own inner fire. His tail feathers were particularly spectacular, streaming down from the perch in a cascade of flame-colored silk that seemed to move even when the bird was perfectly still. But it was the eyes that held Newt transfixed. They were black as midnight, ancient beyond measure, yet somehow also young and curious. Looking into those eyes was like looking into time itself, seeing all the cycles of death and rebirth, all the centuries of wisdom accumulated and renewed, all the sorrows witnessed and transcended. "Magnificent, isn't he?" Dumbledore said softly, his own blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Fawkes has been with me for, well, quite some time. Though with me perhaps suggests ownership, which is entirely inaccurate. Fawkes chooses to remain in my company, which is a different matter entirely." Newt nodded, unable to find words. He'd read everything available about phoenixes, of course, had memorized their characteristics, their habits, their legendary properties. Phoenix tears could heal almost any wound or poison. Phoenix tail feathers made powerful wand-cores. Phoenixes were loyal to their chosen wizards beyond death itself. They could carry immense loads despite their size. Their song could strike courage into the pure of heart and terror into the hearts of the impure. But knowing facts and witnessing reality were entirely different experiences. "Would you like to come closer?" Dumbledore asked gently. "Fawkes has expressed interest in meeting you properly." Newt's head snapped toward the headmaster. "He has?" "Oh, yes. Phoenixes are excellent judges of character, you know. Much better than we wizards, I'm afraid. Fawkes has been quite insistent that I invite you here today." Newt approached slowly, respectfully, his heart hammering with a mixture of awe and something approaching fear. Not fear of the phoenix himself. Nothing about Fawkes seemed threatening. Rather, it was the fear of being found wanting, of approaching something so pure and ancient and being judged unworthy of the encounter. Fawkes watched his approach with those bottomless black eyes, his head tilting slightly as if assessing Newt from different angles. When Newt was perhaps 3 feet away, the phoenix made a sound, soft and musical, like wind chimes made of crystal singing in a gentle breeze. "He's greeting you," Dumbledore translated unnecessarily. The meaning had been perfectly clear, even without words. "Hello, Fawkes," Newt managed, his voice barely above a whisper. It's an honor to meet you." The phoenix trilled again, this time with what seemed like approval, and then did something that made Newt's breath catch in his throat. Fawkes spread his wings. The span was enormous, easily 6 feet from tip to tip, and the effect was breathtaking. Each feather seemed to glow with its own light, creating a display of crimson and gold that filled the office with warmth and radiance. For a moment, Fawkes looked less like a bird and more like a living flame, like fire given form and consciousness and will. Then he launched himself from the perch with a powerful downbeat of those magnificent wings and glided across the space between them, landing gently on Newt's outstretched arm. The weight was significant but not uncomfortable, and the warmth emanating from the phoenix's body was like standing near a well-tended fire, pleasant, comforting, alive with potential energy. Fawkes settled his wings carefully, arranging his tail feathers so they draped elegantly over Newt's arm, and regarded the young man with those ancient, knowing eyes. Newt stood frozen, barely daring to breathe. He could feel the phoenix's talons gripping his arm, not painfully, but with the assurance of a creature completely in control of his own strength. He could smell something like cinnamon and smoke, a fragrance that was both exotic and somehow familiar, as if it awakened genetic memories of humanity's earliest encounters with fire. "You may touch him if you wish," Dumbledore said quietly, though gently, of course. Phoenix feathers are quite delicate despite their magical properties. With trembling fingers, Newt reached up to stroke Fawkes's breast. The feathers were softer than anything he'd ever touched, silken and warm, and beneath them he could feel the steady beat of the phoenix's heart. It was faster than he'd expected, a rapid rhythm that seemed to pulse with vitality and ancient power. Fawkes made a please sound, a soft croon that resonated in Newt's chest, and leaned into the touch, clearly enjoying the attention. There was something almost cat-like in the gesture, a contentment in being stroked and admired that seemed at odds with the phoenix's legendary dignity. But perhaps, Newt thought, that was the point. Perhaps true dignity didn't preclude simple pleasures. "He likes you," Dumbledore observed, settling into his own chair with a small smile. "That's quite rare, you know. Fawkes is selective about the people he allows to touch him. I think he recognizes in you a kindred spirit, someone who sees magical creatures not as tools or curiosities, but as beings worthy of respect and understanding in their own right." Newt continued to gently stroke Fawkes's plumage, marveling at the way the colors seemed to shift in the light, how each feather was a masterpiece of natural artistry. "How long have you been together?" he asked. "Ah, well." Dumbledore's eyes took on a distant quality. "That's a complicated question when dealing with the phoenix. They live for centuries, you see, going through their cycles of death and rebirth. I've been Fawkes's companion, or he mine, for several of his lifetimes now. Each time he is reborn from his ashes, I wonder if perhaps this time he'll choose to fly free, to find another wizard more worthy of his loyalty. But each time he returns to me." "What's it like?" Newt asked softly, his fingers still moving gently through the warm feathers. "Witnessing a burning day." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of experiences both beautiful and terrible. "It's profound, Newt. Imagine watching someone you love consumed by fire, knowing intellectually that they'll be reborn, but feeling in your heart the grief of loss. There's always a moment, just a moment, when the flames are at their height and Fawkes is completely engulfed, when I wonder if perhaps this time will be different, if perhaps the magic will fail and I'll lose him forever." He paused, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "But then, from the ashes, comes new life, a chick, tiny and fragile, already bearing those same ancient eyes. And I'm reminded that death is not an ending, but a transformation, that what appears to be loss is often simply change, and that the most powerful magic is the magic of renewal and hope." Newt absorbed these words, storing them away with all the other wisdom he'd gathered over his years at Hogwarts. "When is his next burning day?" "Soon, actually," Dumbledore said, a note of melancholy entering his voice despite his acceptance. "Within the next few days, I believe. The signs are there. His plumage is growing more radiant. He's been singing more frequently, and he's become somewhat contemplative. Phoenixes always seem to know when their time approaches." As if in response to being discussed, Fawkes suddenly burst into song. Newt had read descriptions of phoenix song, had tried to imagine what it might sound like, but no description, however eloquent, could have prepared him for the reality. The song started soft, a single pure note that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Then it built, layering harmonies upon itself, creating a symphony from a single voice. It was beautiful beyond words, haunting and uplifting simultaneously, carrying within it echoes of every emotion Newt had ever felt, and some he hadn't yet experienced. The song spoke of courage in the face of darkness, of hope persisting through despair. It spoke of the sunrise after the longest night, of spring following winter, of life emerging from death. It made Newt's chest ache with feelings too large to name, made tears stream down his face without shame or embarrassment. And through it all, Fawkes remained perched on his arm, his head thrown back, his beak open to release this river of music that seemed to flow from some source deeper than mere flesh and bone. When the song finally ended, fading like the last light of sunset, the office seemed dimmer somehow, as if ordinary reality couldn't quite measure up to the magic they'd just witnessed. That, Dumbledore said softly, himself wiping moisture from his eyes, is why phoenixes have been revered since the dawn of wizardkind. They remind us of what we can be, resilient, hopeful, willing to face our own transformations with grace rather than fear. Fawkes, seemingly exhausted by his performance, tucked his head beneath one wing and dozed on Newt's arm, his breathing soft and regular, completely trusting in his temporary perch. Newt stood there for what might have been minutes or hours, hardly daring to move, honored beyond measure to be trusted as a resting place for such a magnificent creature. He studied every detail, the way individual feathers overlapped, the subtle variations in color from deep scarlet to bright gold, the delicate structure of the talons, the gentle rise and fall of the phoenix's breathing. When Fawkes finally stirred, lifting his head from beneath his wing with a soft chirp, he looked at Newt with what seemed like affection. Then he leaned forward and very gently touched his beak to Newt's chest, directly over his heart. The gesture lasted only a second, but Newt felt it like a brand, not painful, but intense, as if Fawkes was marking him somehow, acknowledging him as someone worthy of trust and respect. Then the phoenix spread his wings and returned to his perch, settling there with a satisfied ruffle of his feathers. "Well," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with what might have been tears or might have been the reflection of Fawkes's radiance. "That's quite the endorsement, Newt. Fawkes doesn't offer such gestures lightly. I believe he sees in you something special, a dedication to protecting and understanding magical creatures that goes beyond mere academic interest." Newt could only nod, still processing the weight of what had just occurred. "I'd like you to have something," Dumbledore continued, rising from his chair and approaching Fawkes's perch. He reached out and with gentle fingers carefully plucked a single tail feather from the phoenix's plumage, one of the longest, its colors rippling from deep crimson at the base to brilliant gold at the tip. Fawkes trilled softly, clearly giving his permission for the gift. "Phoenix tail feathers are among the most powerful wand cores," Dumbledore explained, offering the feather to Newt. "But they're also something more, a symbol of loyalty, courage, and the willingness to rise from one's own ashes, no matter how many times life burns us down. Keep this, Newt. Let it remind you that transformation, while often painful, is also how we grow. Newt accepted the feather with trembling hands. It was warm to the touch, lighter than it should be for its size, and it seemed to glow faintly even in the well-lit office. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Dumbledore replied gently, for being someone worthy of such a gift. Now, I believe Fawkes is growing tired, and you have packing to complete before you leave us tomorrow. But know this, you are always welcome in this office, Newt Scamander, and I suspect our paths will cross again in the years to come. It was a dismissal, but a kind one. Newt carefully tucked the phoenix feather into his inner pocket, bowed respectfully to both Dumbledore and Fawkes, and made his way to the door. As he reached the threshold, Fawkes sang again, just a brief phrase, soft and warm, like a farewell and a blessing combined. Newt carried that sound with him as he descended the spiral staircase, carried it through his final night in the Hufflepuff dormitory, carried it onto the Hogwarts Express the next morning. He carried it for years afterward, a memory of fire and song and ancient wisdom, a reminder that even in darkness, there was always the possibility of rebirth. Newt set down the Fawkes feather quill, the very one given to him that day, though he'd never told Dumbledore he'd had it incorporated into a quill rather than a wand, and sat back in his chair. The fire had burned down to gentle embers, glowing crimson and gold like phoenix plumage, and the candles had nearly guttered out. Outside, full darkness had fallen, and the stars burned with cold brilliance against the velvet sky. But in his study, warmth remained, the warmth of memory, of wisdom gained, of understanding that death was never truly an ending for those who carried hope in their hearts. He hoped the young witches and wizards reading his words would understand what phoenixes taught, that transformation was not to be feared, but embraced, that from our darkest moments could come our most brilliant rebirths, and that loyalty and courage were choices we made each day, not qualities we were simply born with. As Newt closed his journal, he imagined Fawkes, still alive somewhere, still going through his eternal cycles, still singing his songs of hope and renewal. And perhaps, in some distant headmaster's office, a new generation of students was learning the same lessons Newt had learned all those years ago. Sleep well, young friends, and when life burns away what you thought you were, remember the phoenix. Remember that from those ashes, something new and beautiful can always rise. Tomorrow would bring the final tale, the most misunderstood creatures of all. But tonight belonged to fire and song, to wisdom and rebirth, to the eternal promise that dawn would always follow darkness, no matter how long the night. On the seventh and final evening, Newt approached his study with a mixture of satisfaction and melancholy. 6 nights of storytelling had passed. 6 creatures had been honored in ink and memory, and tonight would bring his gentle bestiary to its close. But the tale that remained was perhaps the most important of all, the one that required the most care, the most understanding, the most compassion. The evening was utterly still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. No wind stirred the curtains, no rain pattered against the windows. The sky was clear and filled with stars that seemed unusually bright, their light cold and distant, yet somehow comforting. A thin crescent moon hung low on the horizon, offering just enough illumination to paint the world in shades of silver and shadow. Newt lit fewer candles tonight, just enough to write by, allowing the darkness to remain close, acknowledging it rather than driving it away. The fire burned low and quiet, more ember than flame, casting a gentle red glow that barely pushed back the shadows. This felt appropriate. Tonight's creatures belonged to darkness, and to write of them while banishing the night would be a fundamental misunderstanding of their nature. He selected his quill with care, a feather from a thestral's wing, black as midnight, strong and flexible. It had been given to him by one of the Hogwarts thestrals years ago, a gift he treasured above almost any other. He opened his journal to the final fresh page, took a deep breath, and began. My dearest young friends, we have reached our final evening together, and I have saved for last the creatures closest to my heart, the ones most misunderstood, most feared, most deserving of our compassion and respect. Tonight, I write of thestrals, and I ask that you approach this tale with open hearts and minds willing to find beauty in unexpected places. Newt had been 15 when he first saw thestrals, though the ability to see them had come at a price he'd never wished to pay. His grandmother had died during the Christmas holiday of his 4th year, not unexpectedly, as she'd been ill for some time, but death never quite announces itself as loudly as we imagine it will. One moment she'd been there, frail but present, her weathered hand warm in his. The next moment she was gone, and Newt had witnessed the exact instant when life departed, leaving behind only the shell of the person he'd loved. Returning to Hogwarts after the funeral had been difficult. His housemates had been kind. Hufflepuffs excelled at kindness. But Newt had felt marked somehow, changed in ways he couldn't articulate. The castle seemed simultaneously comforting and foreign, as if he was seeing it through new eyes that understood things his old eyes had not. It was on his first evening back, making his way from the Hufflepuff common room toward the great hall for dinner, that he'd glanced out one of the corridor windows overlooking the grounds and seen them. At first, he'd thought they were shadows given form, black shapes moving against the darkening sky. But then one of them had landed near the edge of the forbidden forest, and Newt had pressed his face against the cold glass, trying to understand what he was seeing. The creature was unlike anything in his experience. It had the basic shape of a horse, 4 legs, a long neck, a tail. But there, any resemblance to normal horses ended. This creature was skeletal, its black hide stretched so tightly over its bones that every ridge of its spine, every curve of its ribs was clearly visible. Its face was distinctly reptilian, more dragon than horse, with white, pupilless eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the gathering darkness. And it had wings, vast, leathery wings like a bat's, folding and unfolding as the creature settled, their membranes so thin that Newt could see the delicate structure of bones and veins within them. He should have been frightened. Everything about the creature's appearance suggested danger, death, darkness. But instead, Newt felt a pull of recognition, of kinship almost. This creature knew about death. This creature understood what he'd just experienced in a way that his well-meaning friends could not. You can see them now. Newt had jumped to the voice, spinning to find Professor Kettleburn standing behind him, his remaining eye gentle with understanding. The thestrals, the professor continued, moving to stand beside Newt at the window. You couldn't see them before Christmas, could you? Newt shook his head mutely. No, few students can. Thestrals are visible only to those who have witnessed death and fully comprehended what they've seen. It's not something that happens immediately. The understanding needs time to settle, to become part of how you see the world. My grandmother, Newt managed, his voice rough. I was with her when she... I know, Kettleburn said softly. I'm sorry for your loss, Scamander, and I'm sorry that you can now see what others cannot. It's a heavy gift. Gift? The word seemed wrong. Seeing these skeletal creatures being marked as someone who understood death, how could that be a gift? Come with me, Kettleburn said instead of answering. I think it's time you met them properly. The Thestrals, I mean. They've been part of Hogwarts for centuries, pulling the carriages that bring students from Hogsmeade Station. Most students think the carriages move by magic alone, never knowing that Thestrals are doing the work. They made their way through the castle and out onto the grounds, walking in comfortable silence. The sun had set completely now, and the grounds were bathed in starlight. As they approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Newt could see more of them, at least a dozen Thestrals, some grazing on whatever mysterious sustenance they preferred, others standing watch with those eerie glowing eyes. They're not dangerous, Kettleburn said quietly as they drew near. Despite their appearance, Thestrals are remarkably gentle creatures, highly intelligent, fiercely loyal, and profoundly misunderstood. Most wizards fear them because they associate them with death, you see. But Thestrals don't cause death. They simply exist in that space between life and death, visible only to those who've crossed a certain threshold of understanding. One of the Thestrals, a large male with particularly impressive wings, turned its head to watch their approach, its white eyes fixed on Newt with an intensity that should have been frightening, but somehow wasn't. That's Tenebrous, Kettleburn said. He's the herd leader. Been here longer than I have, I suspect. Go on, approach him slowly. Show him respect, as you would any creature. Newt walked forward carefully, his heart pounding but his fear tempered by curiosity. As he drew closer, he could see more details. The way starlight reflected off the Thestral's black hide, the delicate structure of the wing membranes, the surprising length of the creature's tail, which ended in a tuft of coarse black hair. Tenebrous lowered his head slightly, those pupil-less eyes studying Newt with what seemed like careful assessment. This close, Newt could see that the Thestral's skeletal appearance, while accurate, didn't tell the whole story. Yes, the creature was thin, but the muscles beneath that black hide were powerful and well-defined. This was not a creature of weakness or decay, but of strength refined to its essential elements. Slowly, Newt extended his hand, palm up, offering, greeting as he would to any creature worthy of respect. Tenebrous considered for a long moment, then stepped forward and pressed his reptilian muzzle against Newt's palm. The contact sent a shiver through Newt, not of cold or fear, but of recognition. The Thestral's skin was surprisingly warm, leathery but not unpleasant, and Newt could feel the breath from the creature's nostrils against his wrist, proof of life, of warmth, of existence beyond the mere appearance of death. Well, Kettleburn said, with quiet satisfaction, that's quite the endorsement. Tenebrous doesn't offer his trust easily. He sees something in you, Scamander, something worthy. Over the following months and years, Newt became a regular visitor to the Thestral herd. He learned their patterns, their preferences, their individual personalities. He discovered that they were fond of fresh meat. not because they were predators, but because they appreciated the straightforward honesty of it. Dead things feeding on dead things, completing the circle, wasting nothing. He learned that thestrals, despite their association with death, were deeply connected to life. The herd was tight-knit, with individuals showing genuine affection for one another, grooming each other's wings with careful attention, standing watch while others slept, sharing food without competition or conflict. He watched a thestral birth one spring evening, a spindly-legged foal that could already see and stand within minutes, already possessed of those eerie white eyes. The mother had been gentle beyond measure, nuzzling her baby with her reptilian snout, spreading one wing over the newborn like a protective canopy. And he learned to fly. Kettleburn had been the one to suggest it during Newt's 6th year. "You've earned their trust, Scamander. Tenebrous has made it clear he'd be willing to carry you, if you're brave enough to accept." Brave. The word had made Newt smile slightly. It took a particular kind of courage to climb onto the back of a creature most people couldn't even see, a creature that embodied death itself, and trust it to carry you into the night sky. But Newt had that courage, discovered in quiet moments with creatures others feared or misunderstood. Flying on a thestral was nothing like flying on high-wing the hippogriff. Hippogriffs flew with joy and exuberance, celebrating their mastery of the air. Thestrals flew with purpose and grace, their movements economical and precise, wasting no energy on showmanship. Tenebrous's wings beat with a leathery whisper, nearly silent, making them invisible to most and inaudible even to those paying attention. They flew at night, naturally, when the thestrals felt most comfortable, when the world below was painted in shades of grey and silver. From the air, carried by a creature of death and darkness, Newt saw Hogwarts in a way few students ever had. The castle was beautiful from this height, its towers reaching toward the stars, its windows glowing with warm light, a beacon of life and learning in the wild Scottish landscape. The contrast struck him profoundly. Life and death, light and darkness, fear and understanding, all coexisting, all necessary, all part of the same magnificent tapestry. Tenebrous seemed to understand Newt's contemplative mood during these flights. The thestral would often glide for long stretches, his wings outstretched but still, riding air currents that Newt couldn't see or feel, but that Tenebrous navigated with perfect confidence. Once, during a particularly long flight, Tenebrous had made a sound, a soft, almost melodic whinnying that seemed to carry meaning beyond words. Newt had leaned forward, pressing his face against the thestral's warm neck, and whispered, "I understand. Thank you for showing me." What did he understand? That death was not an ending but a transformation. That darkness was not evil, but simply the absence of light. And that in that absence, other things could be seen, stars that were invisible during the day, creatures that preferred the quiet hours, truths that were too harsh for sunlight's glare. He understood that thestrals weren't omens of doom, but gentle guides, existing in that liminal space between life and death, helping those who were ready to see them, to understand them, to accept what they represented. During his 7th year, Newt had spent countless hours with the herd, often when he should have been studying for NEWTs or planning his future. But the thestrals offered something no textbook could provide, a profound peace with mortality, an acceptance of the cycles that governed all living things. He'd seen Thestrals grieve when one of their herd died, an elderly female who'd pulled carriages for generations of students. The herd had gathered around her body, touching her gently with their muzzles, making soft sounds of mourning that carried through the forest like wind through bare branches. But he'd also seen them celebrate new life, trumpeting their strange calls when foals were born, gathering to protect and welcome the youngest members of their family. They taught him that death and life were not opposites, but partners in an eternal dance, each giving meaning to the other, each necessary for the continuation of existence itself. On his final night at Hogwarts, before boarding the Hogwarts Express for the last time, Newt had visited the herd one last time. Tenebrous had been waiting, as if he'd known Newt would come. The great Thestral had lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Newt's chest in a gesture of farewell and blessing. Newt had wrapped his arms around that skeletal neck, feeling the warmth and strength beneath the thin hide, and had whispered his gratitude for all the lessons learned, all the flights shared, all the understanding gained. Tenebrous had given him a gift that night, a single wing feather, naturally shed, its black surface gleaming like polished obsidian in the starlight. Newt carried it still, had it crafted into the quill he now used to write of these magnificent, misunderstood creatures. Years later, working with magical creatures across the world, Newt had encountered Thestrals in many different environments. He'd found wild herds in remote forests, domesticated individuals serving wizarding families, isolated creatures living solitary lives in darkness. Each time, he'd approached them with the respect and understanding he'd first learned at Hogwarts. Each time, they'd recognized in him someone who saw them truly, not as harbingers of doom or symbols of death, but as living beings worthy of compassion and care. He'd advocated for their protection, written passionately about their gentle nature, fought against the superstitions and fears that led to their persecution. Because Newt understood what so many others could not, that the ability to see Thestrals was indeed a gift, painful though its acquisition might be. Those who could see Thestrals had been touched by death, yes, but they had also been granted a deeper understanding of life's preciousness, its fragility, its beautiful brevity. They understood that every moment mattered, that love and connection were worth the inevitable pain of loss, that embracing life meant accepting death as its natural conclusion. The Thestrals embodied this understanding. They existed in darkness, but were not of darkness. They knew death intimately, but celebrated life fiercely. They appeared skeletal and frightening, but were gentle and loyal beyond measure. Newt set down his Thestral feather quill and gazed into the dying embers of his fire. 7 nights of storytelling, 7 creatures honored, 7 lessons shared with young witches and wizards who might be settling down to sleep as they read his words. He hoped they understood, all of it. The mooncalves' gentle dances, teaching patience and community. The bowtruckle's fierce loyalty showing that size had nothing to do with courage. The hippogriff's pride demonstrating that respect must be mutual. The unicorn's purity reminding them that innocence was precious. The niffler's mischief proving that imperfection could be endearing. The phoenix's cycles showing that transformation was possible, that rebirth could follow death. And the Thestrals. The Thestrals taught the hardest and most necessary lesson of all. That darkness was not to be feared, but understood that death was not an ending, but a transformation, that the ability to see and accept hard truths, while painful, was also a form of wisdom. Outside his window, Newt caught a glimpse of movement in the night sky, a darker shadow against the stars, wings spread wide, gliding silently through the darkness. A thestral, perhaps, on some mysterious errand of its own. Or perhaps just his imagination, wishful thinking from an old magizoologist who'd spent his life loving creatures others feared. Either way, he smiled. He closed his journal with gentle finality, running his fingers over the leather cover. 7 chapters, 7 creatures, 7 nights of remembering and recording. It was complete now, this gentle bestiary, designed to help young people drift towards sleep while learning that the magical world was filled with wonders, some bright and obvious, others quiet and subtle, all worthy of respect and protection. As Newt rose from his chair, his joints protesting slightly after so many hours of sitting and writing, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He'd given what he could. His memories, his wisdom, his love for creatures great and small. If even one young witch or wizard read these words and approached magical creatures with more compassion, more understanding, more wonder, well, that would be enough. He moved to the window one last time, looking out at the star-filled sky, the dark shapes of distant trees, the peaceful night that held so many hidden lives. "Sleep well, all of you," he whispered, to the moon calves in their meadows, the bough truckles in their trees, the hippogriffs on their cliffs, the unicorns in their groves, the nifflers in their burrows, the phoenixes on their perches, and the thestrals in their darkness. And thank you for teaching an awkward young wizard how to see beauty in every form, courage in every size, and magic in every heartbeat. He turned from the window, gathered his journal, and made his way toward his own bed. The fire had gone out completely now, leaving only the faintest glow of embers. The candles had guttered. The night had claimed his study as surely as it claimed the world outside. But Newt wasn't afraid of darkness. He'd learned from the thestrals long ago that darkness was simply another kind of light, one that let you see different things, understand different truths, find different beauties. As he drifted towards sleep, Newt's last conscious thought was a wish that every young person reading his bestiary would find their own connection to magical creatures, would discover which ones spoke to their hearts, would learn the lessons each creature had to teach, and perhaps in their dreams they would fly on bronze hippogriff wings or silent thestral wings through moonlit skies or star-filled darkness toward tomorrow's wonders and the endless magic that awaited those brave enough to look for it. The end.